There we go. We are live. And you might notice that we're not in Tapu Village. The reason is pretty simple. I decided to finally take care of some stuff that I had forgotten to before. So there were a few quests that I needed to knock out. For items that I'd never gotten, and I took care of the ones that didn't involve any battling. So I picked up the TM for bulk up, I got frustration in return, I picked up a round, fling, brutal swing, which was just sitting around. I don't know why I never picked it up. Or Veil, I know why. I probably don't even have a Pokemon that can use it. Infestation. Yeah. Whole bunch of stuff. And I have been crafting some plans for the Elite Four. They're vague plans. Not nearly as detailed as I would like. Also, there are 2 more TMs that I need to pick up, but those involve battling. And there are a couple of TMs that I just didn't bother with. But anyway, before we worry about that, we are heading back to the mountain. We're going to try and clear the remainder of Mount Lanakila. So we've gotten most of the way through. Alright, let's see here. We are gonna want you. And you. At least. Yeah. That should get us through at least the first three of the remaining trainers on the mountain. I gotta say, it's not easy planning for this Elite Four. That's been the case every time I've done one of these games. So far in this run, we've survived pretty heavily on the fact that we have so many good, especially defensive encounters. I did put max repel in freeze race. We've had so many good encounters, especially on the defensive side, that we don't really need to... Oh, what am I trying to say? For each match, we can kind of just pick the team that can take the hits we need to take. It's rare that we need to be super proactive because we can kind of stack our team's defensive depth. Hi guys. Necrozma. Can I just go around you, please? Thank you. Thank goodness. I would have hated having to catch that guy. Just clear the enemies. You know, Crobat has kind of been... Wait, what the... That isn't who I thought was going to be up front. Oh, I just read the thing wrong. So luckily, despite being an electric type, Emolga isn't that strong. Which gives us some wiggle room, essentially. Anyway, what I was saying is that Crobat has kind of been the MVP in this route, which makes it sort of a pity that we probably won't be bringing it to the Elite Four. It just doesn't match up as well as some things. But I'm glad it gets its time to shine, because holy cow. I made a guess. Devastating Drake, here we go. It does outspeed me because it's got an agility. I don't think I've ever used that Z move. Like, just fully, I don't think I've ever used the Dragon-type Z move. Alright. So that's a veteran Ella. Like, for sure, right? Where the heck is Collector Minty? There's Ice Beam. Took us this long to get usable ice coverage, and I don't think we'll actually be able to use it on anything. There's a target for it, but Are you Collector Minty? I really thought that was a girl's name. Okay, well, leaving the correct Pokemon. I don't think I have any reason to battle this guy. Or not Backpacker, that guy would be Hiker. Oh, this is the guy with the... That was the guy with the Gigalith. Anyway, not a target. I do have leftovers on Ray, right? Yeah. Hi, veteran Ella. The lucky thing here is just that while her Pokemon do have full stab moves, they have full stab moves that don't come with any nasty little surprises. Very predictable. Although why she's going for Flamethrower, I couldn't tell you. Welcome to the stream, B. Malcolm, good to have y'all. I don't know when exactly B came in, because apparently I missed that message initially. But good to have y'all. So yeah, we kind of just wall this thing to death. Hopefully it lives through this turn of Air Slash and no, it won't live through this turn of Air Slash and Toxic. I was hoping. Oh well, that burn is actually pretty good for us. It means that the Milotic can't accidentally freeze us with Blizzard. Oh cool, we don't even need to find an opportunity to switch back in. I thought it's really Pokemon though. Extra Sensory and Earth Power both should have ranked higher on, well, Extra Sensory should have ranked higher on the system. Blizzard is 110 base power. Extra Sensory. Oh, right. They don't remember that stab is a thing. I keep forgetting. Alright, we roost. Oh, thank you. Sorry about the audio problems. I'll try to pay close attention to that today. Now, her last Pokemon, we've got kind of a funny interaction here. Because this thing only has its stab moves, we're immune to everything it's carrying. If we go to murder it. Honestly, I probably should have started with Toxic. Okay, maybe not. I swear there's like less health in the middle of their HP bars. In reality, that was probably just low roll into high roll, but... You'd think using fresh water on a Pokemon with water absorb would heal a quarter of its health instead of the normal 30 hit points. Okay, got those. And over here we can get Icy Z, the only Z crystal we didn't already have. Alright, and I know exactly what you have. Honestly, given the last matchup, or the last battle in this area is a double battle, I probably just want to put away all but one of my Pokemon so I can walk fast. The only attacking move this thing has... Actually, it has Mirror Coat, so I should not be taking attack against it. It has Ice Beam, which is why I'm running Ray, because Ray can comfortably wall most ice-type attacks. Yep, there we're going for Mirror Coat. Did it reset Hail at some point in that process? Because I feel like it must have. I wasn't paying much attention. Alright. We Toxic, and then we start Dark Pulsing. The only moves that it has that... The only move it has that can damage me is Astonished. Also, I have Overcoat, which means I'm immune to Hail. It's really funny. I forgot about that. Alright. Well, with things having played out like that, I want to see if I can do single Pokemon strats to get past the double battle right at the end. Because there used to be a Howl fight right after that, but that's in Sun and Moon, not in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. The only fight after that in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon is a post-game fight. And I am going to save and reset if I get yanked into this fight with only a single Pokemon on my team, because that would be kind of bullcrap. This is what we call testing, but if it goes well, then we won't have to change plans. will save here. I should have saved back at the Pokemon Center, because if this doesn't go well, then that's where I'm going to want to be, but whatever. So many max repels. A classic runaway strats. Hello there. Sorry, I don't really have time to walk through the entire setup that you got going there. Alright. Now the big thing that is pretty important here is that we just got access to the move reminder. However, before we bother with any of that, we are going to backtrack for a couple of TMs. So there's one on Mount Hokalani, which involves clearing all of the trainers there. Oh, wait. Easier option. Cool. I guess I should actually... I should probably have a full team with me, if nothing else. Okay, so it is heart scales. So I'll have to give myself a bunch of heart scales. But we can take care of that in a minute. Oh, my webcam is apparently frozen. There we go. I've been paying attention to my mic. I know that's been working. It is this beach to learn Stealth Rock, right? Are you Jessica? Come on, where's this you? Presumably Hiker Thomas. The crit doesn't really matter, because if the crit was able to bring it down to no health, then 2 hits would have as well. I wonder, if a Pokemon with Sturdy takes a hit that would only knock it down to 1 health, does it show as Sturdy activating or not? I don't really need Repel now. Hi, Minior. I did switch my team order, right? Yes, okay. Well, apparently getting the Stealth Rock set up was completely unnecessary with a 25 level advantage. Alright, where's this Collector Todd fellow? Really? I guess I could have been looking at the map, but... I really like how they approached this concept in Scarlet and Violet. Having a reward for beating a certain number of trainers in the area. Means that not all the trainers are mandatory, which is good on that big open world map, because they can't, whatchamacallit. Good on that big open world map because they can't, you don't have to scour the entire area and find every trainer, which would be kind of a nightmare. But it does still echo the idea of, hey, you have to fight trainers if you want some useful items. You know, in hindsight, I should have just waited until later in the game to try and catch Minior. Even if I had spent my Master Ball on it, that would have worked. That would have been just fine. now I have Choice Specs Moonblast coming in. Of course, the fact that I am outsped by the person isn't ideal, but that's what I get for using a slow Pokemon against a fast one. Luckily, Absol is also pretty slow. Oh well, I wasn't planning to use Noctowl for the Elite Four anyway. And there's a chance that we should. Oh yeah. I don't even know if a crit would have killed us. I guarantee that guy was like max speed and jolly nature on both of those. Alright, and then the other one was Route 12. That's what I'm remembering. And I'm pretty sure I've cleared the trainers there already, so I'm just gonna need to, do that final fight. Collector Andrew, huh? Collector Andrew, you look like a good target for a Talonflame using acrobatics. And I can honestly say that's my entire strategy for you. I'll heal up. I'm not quite that cocky. Phoenix, itemless, acrobatics. Yep, that should be 2 clean outspeeds and one-shots. To the hydrating? Oh. Well, you redeemed it and I didn't notice, so thanks for the hydrate beat. And this gets us Dragon Tail, I think. Yep. I don't know if we'll use it. We can on, like, among the Pokemon that I expect to bring to the Elite Four is Gyarados, so we definitely can use it. It's just a question of whether we will. So, preliminary notes. There are at least 3 Pokemon that I've looked into and that I think definitely need to be on the Elite Four team. These 3 are just really good options to have. They've got good typings, they've got applications offensively and defensively. Skarmory walls pretty much all of the physical attackers in the Elite Four. To be honest, the only downside of Skarmory is that it doesn't do great damage back into Molaine's steel types. But I think we have I'm hoping we have counterplay for that. I shouldn't say I think. I'm hoping that we have counterplay for that. Pokemon League. Please let me move my window. These tabs just haven't been working all that well. In this run. Like, ever since I've had them open, this bunch of Cerebi tabs has just been running super poorly. Alright, I'm going to pull up a new window. Oh. I added the new window in the wrong place. Alright, so this is the Elite Four that we have to deal with. We have to clear Molain, Olivia, Acerola, and Kahili. Now the scary ones here, kind of surprisingly, are Molain and Kahili. Kahili should be manageable depending, but it gets more or less manageable depending on our team selection. For example, Kahili is 100% free if we bring Hummer. It's probably free, but has some risk involved if we bring Blimp. Let's see, who else do I have on the maybe lineup? Dartrix has potential, but really only shines in the very last matchup. Dartrix does well into How, but not so much into anyone else. And that's mainly just because it can take the hits from the Alolan Raichu and shut it down with Sucker Punch. which, in the grand scheme of things, we probably get more value out of bringing Blimp and running, like, an electric resist berry plus Shadow Ball to tank a hit, activate, unburden, and 2 KO with the Shadow Ball. So there's those 3, and then these 2 each have potential uses. And Hawlucha is just a generally good Pokemon. Hawlucha does well into Molane's Steel types, but it's a bit of a slouch the rest of the time. So, that's who we have to work with. Now, I went through and did my best to identify the big threats in each matchup. And as far as I see it, starting from the back, in the How fight we have Raichu and Crabominable. That said, I think we can deal with that pretty comfortably if we... So, I think Raichu becomes pretty manageable as long as we're bringing something that can two-shot it. So we can set things up to outspeed or to survive a hit if we can one-shot it. On the other hand... Jeez, maybe I should have put this in another screen. On the other hand, the Crabominable is, I think, almost guaranteed to require a sack. And it's also the most likely Pokemon to come in second in every matchup that we can bring. Because it has both Stone Edge and Ice Hammer. Theoretically, if we led with, like, Skarmory, then Flareon would come out first, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not the play. So those 2 are the big threats from How. Noivern is manageable, especially if right before the fight we shift some special attack, some special defense IVs over to Skarmory, which I should actually make a note for myself on. Pre-Marina, we might need to sack someone to get a Pokemon in. But if we have to, like, we've got options into Pre-Marina. We've got Aerodactyl, we can presumably get Mandibuzz in, live a hit with, like, a Fairy Resist Berry and Toxic it. Like, it's not going to last. It's not going to survive forever, and there's a good chance that we just shut it down with Specs or Ikorio if we bring that. Which, the more I look at it, the more Oricorio just seems like a mandatory Pokemon. Because on top of that, Oricorio is pretty central to my strategy for Kahili. So, the general strat for Kahili is just to make sure that whoever is in the front isn't weak to fire from the Oricorio on her team, or dark from the Hawlucha, and doesn't resist Brave Bird. The general idea is that we want to force her to bring in Mandibuzz, and then we pivot in Oricorio, we agility on the Mandibuzz, and get it to give us a flatter special attack boost while we heal off the confusion with Personberry. There's a variant of that strategy that uses Thunderbolt on Blimp to leverage Unburden with the Personberry in order to make sure we outspeed and then go through the rest of her team, but it's less confident. There are probably some 2 hits instead of 3 hits, and we risk taking kind of heavy damage from Mandibuzz using Punishment. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I'm pretty confident that we can make that happen, which probably means trying to kill off her Braviary with, I'm thinking, Gyarados, using, I would assume, a Z move. So it's maneuvering there, but it's manageable. Acerola is... I'm in 2 minds about this thing, because on the one hand, if we can manage to set up on the Bayonet, we can probably just sweep through the remainder of the team, but the Frostlass is threatening. Specifically, Blizzard gets high damage on everything except maybe Gyarados, which is why I'd like to switch some special defense EVs onto Gyarados, because it's gonna wind up tanking some hits that normally I would use Mantine to deal with. And there's an argument for using Mantine instead, but after thinking about it for a bit, I had to recognize that Gyarados does better into a few specific matchups that we really need it for. So yeah. Now there are 2 ways that we can set up on Acerola. We've got high risk and then low risk. Low risk is that we go for a Dragon Dance setup with Gyarados, try and get 1 or 2 Dragon Dances off, and then just crunch our way through the team. Which is lower risk because there's a decent chance that with a single Dragon Dance, we break through everything, The only threat in the back is Frostlass, and we could theoretically use a Z-move to get through that. Higher risk is Amandabuzz setup play, where we set up a couple of... Okay, when I say higher risk, Mandibuzz kind of walls Bayonet, but that probably encourages it to go for Screech. Actually, where is Mandibuzz? What's your other ability? Okay, so hang on. Not even a bad idea. Before that match, I could swap to Big Hex as an ability in order to shut down any Screech plays, which actually makes that pretty free. Okay, so that should be totally free. We'll probably want to do that one first, because if we don't... oh, and there's the other issue, which is... just outspeeding the Frostlass. I'm not really that confident that 2 times speed Mandibuzz outruns the Frostlass. Let me check something. Elite Four, Acerola. Serious Nature, 30. What speed does that hit? Come on. This is what I've been dealing with the entire run, by the way. These windows specifically are just loading so incredibly slow. Okay, Sun and Moon. Frostlass. Sirius. Hang on, I'm double checking the ability in case it comes up. Snowcloak, that's what I thought. Sirius. 30. What level is it? 56. No, not 23, 56. Okay, so hang on. Our current stat at current level is 90, which is half of that, so we'll definitely gain at least 1 point of speed in the interim. Okay, so we can set up there fully, like completely for free, as long as we make sure to bring Tailwind to the party. Okay, we bring Tailwind, we set up with a couple of nasty plots, and we blow through Acerola's team. The really important thing is just to make sure that Delmise, or that Frostlass comes in soon enough that at the right time so that we can deal with it. But that's not an issue with that setup. Leftovers will help deal with Infestation Chip. Hopefully we can afford to have Roost on the set. Now this is a worrying matchup. This is a slightly more worrying matchup than the other options. Olivia seems scary until you realize that most of her Pokemon can be dealt with just by having Iron Head and Toxic on Skarmory. Because Cradily can't touch us. Cradily can't touch Skarmory. Armaldo can't touch Skarmory. Gigalith can't touch Skarmory. Lycanroc can't touch Skarmory. The only worrying thing is Probopass, and I am prepared to bet that between our 5 additional Pokemon, we can put something together that will deal with Probopass, especially if we set up Stealth Rock to make sure that it doesn't have Sturdy when we come out. We probably just let it paralyze Skarmory and then pivot in maybe Gyarados with a Rock-type Z-move. It's not a hard-hitting Probopass. There's no way... There's no way it's that much of an issue. Oh, actually, hang on. I need to double-check something before I say something dumb. Is that thing Magnet Pull? No, it's Sturdy. I already knew that. Alright, so yeah, Olivia, despite being a Rock-type trainer, is completely free because we have Skarmory. We don't even have to think, really. Molayne is the other matchup where Stealth Rocks become very important. Because Molayne has this Magnezone in the back, and whatever we do, it is going to be the second Pokemon that comes in. Which means we have to be ready to shut it down proactively. Everything else we can deal with using Skarmory, maybe Mandibuzz, and some pivoting. The Metagross is scary, but it's manageable as long as we don't let it get out of hand with Meteor Mash spam. We're probably gonna want Fire type or a Choreo for that matchup, and maybe a Dark type Z move on Gyarados, or even just on Mandibuzz, but I'm more confident in attacks from non-stab Gyarados to shut it down than stab attacks from Mandibuzz, because Gyarados just hits that much harder. It is a defensive Metagross, though, so we have to play it smart. Oh, I guess I didn't mention the other Pokemon that could be considered, which is Phoenix. The fire typing is handy for some pivoting things, and it can try and proc Flame Body burns. And yeah, it can try and proc Flame Body burns. It can throw out Will-O-Wisps. It's in a lot of trouble if it doesn't manage to pull that off. Even though we can put Brave Bird and Flare Blitz on it now, it's still not that strong. So if we compare its attack stat, this is, I think, fully invested. Let's see. Yeah, that is fully invested, and it's at 140 attack. Whereas Gyarados fully invested is 198. Oricorio's uninvested in special attack, by the way. We have no points in that. Yeah, And then we've got our kamikaze hard hitter Dino here, who I really like for some of the matchups. It's just tricky to say, yes, we'll go for that. And, like, there are draws for other Pokemon. Ray shuts down pretty much any special attacker not carrying an electric-type move. Wyvern hits an insane speed tier. So does Bat. Bat is, I think, our fastest Pokemon by a lot. We have setup options with Nymph. But yeah, you're probably seeing it. Phoenix's attack stat is just okay, which isn't really that big of a draw. Still blows my mind how terrible the speed stat on Wyvern is just by being minus speed nature. That thing should be keeping pace with both of these guys. Oh, and Croissant, worth considering, but it doesn't really bring anything that Gyarados doesn't already do better. I guess it's a better matchup into the Steel team. Anyway. So, back to the question on everyone's mind. How are we responding How are we rounding out our team? Let's talk about the reasons for each of them. Welcome to the stream, Bob. So, Blimp has a lot of potential pivoting value, and it can theoretically burn a couple of key attackers. Especially in lead matchups, which gives us good answers into a few Pokemon. It's probably out of these Pokemon the one that I am most drawn to. At the same time, and it just comes with useful immunities. It's immune to normal type moves, it's immune to fighting type moves. Yeah, it's good for pivoting. It's got a lot going for it. It's probably the strongest candidate out of what's left down here. Owl is some extra defensive depth, and while we have a lot of defensive potential with Leviathan, Murderer, and Drone, it does give us some nice options into the rest of this. Can is also for pivoting, but it only really works if we're bringing both it and Blimp. Can come in on ghost type moves, that's the big thing. So Blimp baits a ghost move, Can comes in on a ghost move, and that gives us some flexibility in bringing stuff in. Dino is really fast. Not as fast as Hummer. Hummer is our fastest. But it hits like a truck, and rock flying coverage is a really potent pair, especially, as weird as it may sound, it's especially potent into How. Because it gives us answers for Noivern and for Crabominable. Both of which are potentially tricky to deal with. It also gives us a soft answer into Vaporeon. Or, not Vaporeon, Flareon. Because it can come in, fire off a Rock Slide, roost its way through any damage that it takes from Flareon. Although, admittedly, our defenses aren't doing much to help with that idea. And then there's Hawk. Now, Hawk is high risk. But if we wind up in the right situation, we have a chance to kind of just smash through a team. Leave a massive hole. Because we can plan it to where we come in on specific moves with, like, a type resist berry, activate the berry to activate Unburden, and then just go nuts. And I do kind of like Hawk as a more offensive answer into Mulaine's Steel types, because what I don't want is Skarmory getting worn down or finding itself in a bad spot and not having a backup. That would be really bad. Especially since we're probably going to wind up with Skarmory getting paralyzed at some point in the process. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm expecting Skarmory to get paralyzed turn 1. There's a fly in there. Great. One sec. I'm gonna get rid of my glass of Dr. Pepper. The glass was empty, but that was the main reason I wanted to get rid of it. Honestly, the more I'm thinking about it, the more my brain is saying it needs to be Blimp, and then one of these two. These three have nice options, but they're just not quite as valuable. Phoenix would give us the speed advantage against almost everything in the Elite Four. Everything except that Noivern. Because holy crap. But yeah, Phoenix would give us the speed advantage against almost everything in the Elite Four. And the potential to throw off some extra Will-O-Wisps if we need them. And Hawlucha gives us a backup sweeping option. Especially if we come in after something dies in, like, the How fight. Because into How, we're probably not going to be able to switch around as much as I'd like. We're probably just going to be sacking Pokemon to get our switches to make sure they're nice and safe. The advantage for Phoenix is that it has Natural Gift, which means I can customize coverage on the fly if I need it. The advantage for Hawk is extra options into Kahili and whatchamacallit, Olivia. There is one thing I want to double check. My Mandibuzz is mainly going to be there. You know what? Hawk just gives us that extra bit of insurance that I really like. I like this team. This gives us good coverage offensively and defensively. We've got some ways to work around status and setup, and we've got backup strats. I think this is a good team. Oh. Before I forget... I'm gonna go ahead and hide that. Now let's see if I can trim some of these tabs and hopefully get this web page functional again. Watch as we get into there and find out that I've just completely forgotten about some absolutely terrifying matchup. And I get completely wrecked by it. I am really sad that I never got to use Rock Blast on Toucannon, though. That's tragic. Also, I find it really funny, for the last while, I haven't had the Talonflame page open, I've just had the Natural Gift page open. Because that's been my go-to. Which Natural Gift do I need on Talonflame? Not do I need Talonflame, not what's happening with Talonflame. Do I need Natural Gift? Okay. Let's see if that tab will close. There we go. Oh, I should have closed the Aerodactyl tab ages ago. I sacked him a while back. Alright, I'm gonna step outside. So that at the very least y'all can enjoy different music while I'm cleaning up my tabs and trying to make this all work. I have no idea why, but my last couple of videos have actually gotten views, and that's something I'll never understand, because, like, what are people doing with their lives if they watch my channel? I'm not that interesting. And my videos are so low effort, they're just stream archive. It's just a stream archive channel. Alright. So, we are going to take a second, and I want to figure out what we can actually use on Skarmory to deal damage during the Mulane fight. Do we have any good options? I almost feel like I want to teach it Night Slash. That's so bad. Maybe Payback? Payback wouldn't be terrible. I'm probably slower than a good chunk of his team, especially if I'm paralyzed. Gives me options to work around some of the problem moves. Let's have that open in the background, just so we can see the team. Like, the positive is that if I go for Mulane first, I don't have to have Toxic in the mix. I need Iron Head for Olivia, I need Stealth Rock for a couple of the fights, I need Roost for, I think, every single match, but I have some flexibility with that particular slot. The trouble is, I'm pretty sure I need that slot for Taunt. Okay, that does set up Reflect. So Payback doesn't seem terrible. Wait, can you even learn Taunt, or am I? Yes, you can. Can you learn Taunt? Hawlucha can. Probably, I would assume. Yeah. What I wouldn't give to be able to learn Earthquake on at this stage in the run, but none of my Pokemon can get it. Also, Hawlucha, when do you actually... You don't learn Swords Dance until level 60. That's a bit annoying. Alright. Let's talk through the battles that I have more or less solved. So, the important thing in the Kahili fight is to give... We want Stealth Rock up. That would be helpful. And then we want to make sure that Gyarados, I think, gets the KO on Braviary. To me, that says lead, lead Blimp, with a Zoom Lens and Will-O-Wisp. Because we will get outsped. We've got the bulk to take a single Brave Bird, I think. What's my stat investment on Blimp? Oh, where are you? There you are. I might go ahead and shift some of those special defense EVs. Or do I want to shift those into special attack? That's not a terrible idea either. Truthfully, I might just leave it as is. We're defensively invested. That's the key point here. So, got max HP. Maybe the trick would be to switch some of those HP EVs into defense, because that seems important. Everything else we're gonna be dealing with using, like, resist berries and stuff. So, yeah. Okay, first match is very simple. We put Tailwind and Nasty Plot on Murderer. And we swap to Big Pex. Then Murderer sets up on Bayonet. Gets to max special attack. Uses Tailwind. Roosts up to high health. We'll have to do some finicky stuff around Infestation, but gets up to max special attack, roosts to high health, and sets up Tailwind, and then breaks through Bayonet and the Frostlass before it can become an issue. The rest of the team is manageable. Gyarados does fine. We can slip a Z move on there. The rest of the team aren't the issues. Drifblim is pretty much a non-factor. Like, even if we have to switch Mandibuzz out at some point, it can come in on Drifblim and heal up. And the only thing we're worried about then is, like, back-to-back Omni boosts. But, yeah, no, we can work around all that. Kahili, Burn, set up Stealth Rocks, pivoting Gyarados on the low health Braviary. And that will bring in Mandibuzz. Because Brave Bird is stronger than Beak Blast. They'll read Rock Blast and Bullet Seed as 25 base power each. Brave Bird is stronger than Beak Blast, Revelation Dance, Air Slash, Flying Press. Yeah. And at that point, we just have to be smart about how we maneuver the Mandibuzz in order to get our... a safe switch, presumably on Brave Bird, or maybe Punishment, into Oricorio, so that we can set up Agility. And then we just sweep through with a special attack boost that they'll give us. We can even, once we set up Agility, we can start spamming Roost. In order to shrug off any damage from, say, Punishment. Yeah, so Punishment will only be at 40 base power after an Agility, which means we can easily shrug that. We can easily take those hits. Brave Bird will actually still be stronger, and we just kind of have to wait for it to use Flatter. So both of those matches are pretty free. We can handle them with a fairly typical loadout from the word go. We don't need any specially chosen moves for those matches or specially chosen stat spreads. So we can do those... Oh, well, we do need specially chosen moves, so... We want to do Acerola first, but it's only a single Pokemon that's even involved in that match, and we'll be pivoting to more typical moves using TMs afterwards, unless it's decided that we need particular stuff on Mandibuzz, in which case this winds up getting a little bit more involved. But I really don't see it happening. Because Mandibuzz's level up move pool isn't the big draw for it. Like, we don't need Brave Bird on our defensive Pokemon. I would rather just keep Dark Pulse around for good stab damage. Admittedly coming off of a pretty terrible special attack stat, but what can you do? Yeah, we don't need any of these moves. Okay, so that's not a worry. Everything that we might want to add to their movesets is in the TMs. Yeah, because we don't actually get access to foul play. That's a battle tree tutor move, which is tragic because I would actually love to have that. Okay, I think I know how we approach Moline. I was iffy on it, but since we're bringing Hawlucha, I think I see the line that gives us our setup. Yes. We will need Roost on Hawlucha for that fight. And we'll probably want Bulk Up and Brick Break as our stab moves. Or as our setup and stab moves. Actually, with Encore, we might even have a slightly easier line. And part of the reason I want Hawlucha in there is for the Encore play. Okay, I think I know what we need. The only question is, what stat spread do I want on Mandibuzz? That's the last question to answer. So right now, Mandibuzz has max HP, a little bit of a special attack, and then mixed investment on defense and special defense. Am I going to be using Mandibuzz special defensively for anything in this Elite Four? It's not coming in on Magnezone. It's not coming in on Probopass. We're going to outspeed the Frostlass. It might see some special defensive use if I need it to take on, like, the Noivern or something. But if I do that, I can just use berries to trim off 100 defense investment, and then use vitamins to get up to 100 special defense investment. So, yeah, I think I can fully repurpose my special defense investment on that thing to physical defenses for this matchup. Technically, I might wind up bringing it in on Klefki and having it be the one to taunt and get the U-turn off. Because that lets me bring in... That lets me get Hawlucha in without taking a hit, which would be handy. And Taunt is 3 turns, so... yeah. Hawlucha winds up having to encore it, but... we can play around that. Yes. Okay, I see the path. That'll give us the citrus berry, and assuming I don't try and roost at all during that process, I'll come in and we'll have 2 turns to bulk up and then we sweep. Yes, I can do that. Okay. I might even drop Roost for, say... do I have a better option into Metagross? Unfortunately, I think the only... oh, you know what? I could use Low Kick. Wait, which area do I get Drain Punch? No, that's Battle Tree. Dang it. I would love to have that, because that would be very valuable here. I could have Fire Punch. Okay, that's worth it. Alright, let's go pick up Fire Punch for Hawlucha. I know where that is. Driftbloom. Not Murderous. Blimp, what do we want on you? Because you're probably going to be running fairly standard stuff. I might teach you Calm Mind at some point. There's a chance, but I don't think it's that likely. While I wouldn't mind Baton passing a Calm Mind, I don't think I'm going to have an opportunity with the strats that we're looking at for you. There aren't any really high value moves in your back line. The only one really worth considering is Hex. But I think for the Elite Four that we're looking at, Shadow Ball is going to be better. I don't think we bother teaching you Explosion. I guess we have a TM for that anyway. I always forget that Explosion is a TM in this generation, which is so weird. Thunderbolts is an option, but that's a TM. Acrobatics, also a TM. Got Will-O-Wisp. Got T-Wave. Confide. Pain Split might be worth grabbing for you. That's at Ula Ula Beach. Is that where we are right now? I don't think so. No. Theoretically, I could... Oh, where is it? I could use Trick plus... Is Trick... Okay, Trick is also Ula Beach. So I could use Trick and Flame Orb instead of Will-O-Wisp for the guaranteed accuracy. And I would get it back after each fight, because these are trainer battles. Which might be worth it, to be honest. At least in... At least in the Kahili fight. I think I was thinking of Psycho Shift, but that's not an option here. Yeah, okay, so Trick might be worth grabbing. Also, apparently Tailwind was a move tutor option? I didn't even realize. Okay, I could have dropped that on some of my Pokemon ages ago now. Kinda sad. Alright. I'm glad that we got a little bit of battling in at the start of this stream, because otherwise this would be so insanely boring. Alright. Let's slip Pain Split on there for now. We'll finalize some of those decisions later, but... Okay. Got those, and those are the only moves that I see worth considering on these guys. Yeah. I would get Throat Chop for the Metagross if I could, but that's Battle Tree. Mandibuzz, there wasn't anything else to worry about. Oricorio. We're gonna want to relearn Agility. We want Roost, Revelation Dance, Agility. And then we'll have a spare move as a fourth option. We could make it, we could make it Air Slash, we could make it Taunt. The thing is, after we deal with Kahili, we don't need to worry about it quite as much, because we can drop, like, Roost. We could make it Baton Pass. And it doesn't look like we get Trick, so that was one option that I had. It doesn't look like we need any move tutor moves anyway. Gyarados. Outrage is Battle Tree, right? Yeah. I assumed. I don't think it's even what we need particularly. We want Ice Fang, but we don't get that here. And I don't think we bother with Bounce. I don't think we bother with Bounce. So Gyarados doesn't need anything specific. For Skarmory, we already have Stealth Rock and Iron Head, which are the important ones. Iron Defense is tempting, but I don't think we can fit it given what we have lined up. Yeah. Okay, so those should be the move tutors that we need. Move tutor moves, I should say. Which means we drop a quick save. And here, y'all can have Pokemon Sun. While I fiddle with stats and things. Okay, drop the special defense in exchange for more defense. Fine-tune this. Okay, Gyarados is... Sorry, I'm fiddling with IVs to save us the time manually training stuff. So, for Gyarados to do what I want it to, I think I remember needing special defense? Or is that physical defense? I think I looked at getting it some special defense for Acerola, but no, I think we take 100 EVs out of attack. Okay, we take 100 EVs out of attack, put them in defense just to give me some extra durability on that side when I'm trying to take hits with Intimidate. Oricorio, congratulations. You have graduated from being a special defensive Pokemon. You are now officially a special sweeper. Question is, where do I put your last 4 EVs? Is there anywhere that even gets affected by that? No. Literally nowhere. Alright, well, I see a small chance that you, I don't know, make use of those HP EVs by once you level up or something. It's unlikely. Blimp, we can go ahead, because you're going to be a physical defender for most of this. We can strike those 100 special defense EVs, put them into physical defense. Some of that into special attack. Sorry about the audio glitching. Hawk. Oh wow, you're not even fully speed invested. I never switched that stuff over. To be honest, considering you should have... Anytime I decide to bring you in, you should have an unburden boost. You're probably fine. Is there any scenario where I don't think there's a single scenario where you benefit from anything but what you have, really. If I was running more detailed calcs, I would check for a specific speed setup. But I think you get more from having that bit of HP investment instead. Yeah. Okay. I think those stat spreads are where I want them. Let's make sure you've all got max friendship in case I randomly decide to put return on any of you. Okay. That, and then I need heart scales. Oh, I have one. Huh, that saves time. Now I have 500. Give me 1 sec, I'm checking one particular detail. Alright. I think we're ready to make those final preparations. So, we now have plenty of heart scales somewhere around here. And on top of that, we've picked up this, which I will be abusing in the Elite Four, since once we enter, the level cap ends, our Pokemon can overlevel. Alright, let's hit up the move reminder. We're gonna want Ice Fang on Gyarados, I believe. Need agility on Hummer. Just for the hydrate last one. And welcome to the stream. I don't think we care about anything on drone, but I'll double check. I don't think we wanted anything on Murderer. Oh wait, yes we did. We want Nasty Plot. We want Nasty Plot, Basic Toxic. And we want Tailwind. For Blimp, I don't think we cared about anything in particular. I wouldn't mind having Hex, but I don't think we wind up using it. I'm pretty sure Hawk has the exact moveset that we want. Like, I'll double check, but... Oh, wait. Absolutely. Ooh, is that an absolutely, though? Because the thing is, Bulk Up helps me get set up against them, helps me not have to worry about the Metagross using Bullet Punch. Then again, unless the Metagross sees the KO... With my maneuvering strat, it shouldn't matter, though. Yeah, I think I get more out of... I think I get more out of Bulk Up. As much as I like the idea of having Swords Dance for more explosive power, oh, but in that matchup, yeah, no, I want Bulk Up. I'm more worried about the Metagross than I am about How. How is dangerous, but... Actually, hold up one sec. No. Hold up one sec, sorry. We are also going to edge the team. Which for me means... I'm going to go ahead and just boop them up a level and then subtract 1 XP. Alright. We have our Elite Four team. Oh, I almost forgot one thing that we need to do. Where's that ability capsule? Let's make sure we have all of the useful items out of the PC. Yeah, see, I almost forgot the choice specs, which are part of my plan for a couple of battles. Revile can stay out. None of my Pokemon can use it. Alright, so now if we take a look at our team, they're all level 57, just shy of level 50. We're gonna do a couple of things. We're gonna turn on the XP share. And then we're gonna start dishing. Then we're gonna start handing out items. So, for this, leftovers as well. You can keep the citrus berry. Can have, I guess, a ghost resist berry. Because we're going to be starting with Acerola. I'm really glad that I thought to double check that I've cleared the Cerebi page. Might as well. Proto prize money. The fact that Murderer is on our team here at the end is kind of wild. Also, I just want to double check. Drone, you do have Stealth Rock, right? Yeah. Alright, Acerola. Unfortunately for you, you are the least frightening thing in the Elite Four for my team. So thanks to Big Pets, we don't have to worry about getting our defense dropped, which means as long as we play this right, as long as we play this smart, the Frostlass won't even get an attack off. There was a part of me that was really hoping it would just get stuck in a loop of going for Screech even though it had no effect. Oh, I forgot to activate the Rotom EXP. I'm not going to get extra experience from this fight. I mean, I activated EXP share, so that's something. Luckily it's going for Shadow Claw instead of Infestation. If it had been going for Infestation, it could actually screw me up pretty hard, but as it is. Now I'm relying on ×4 special attack plus stab to make up for my low special attack stat. And there's a decent chance that even if this somehow doesn't KO, that we survive Blizzard, just because Mandibuzz is so bulky. Now we do need to keep an eye on whether we, on when Tail Whip runs out. Okay, Tailwind ran out, Palossand comes in, we wall it pretty effectively, it's gonna get off a Z move here, we're gonna set up a Tailwind. Oh, I really thought it was going to outspeed us. Just a reminder, we have literally no speed investment on Murderer. We're sitting at 96 speed, which means we barely outsped that Frostlass under Tailwind. Luckily, as long as you have a reasonably bulky Dark type, you tend to do pretty well into this matchup. This thing probably has Aftermath. So we're gonna lose a bunch of HP. Oh, no. Does it really have Unburden? No, it has Aftermath. I guess Aftermath is just only a contact move. Or only activated on contact. I kind of forgot that detail. It's innards out that activates regardless. Alright, we've cleared one opponent, and now we have the freedom to redo Murderer's moveset a bit. So we don't have any other sweeping plans with Murderer. Like, that's just not going to happen with any of the remaining targets, so I believe the plan was to teach it Taunt and U-turn for Molayne. But let's decide which match we're going to do next. I think it is Molayne, because that'll allow us to drop or not Molayne, Kahili. Where's Kahili? Alright, so Kahili. I should have gone the other way to reach Personberry. Alright, Hummer, you get a Personberry. So, we lead Blimp, we tank a Brave Bird, and trick the Flame Orb. To the other team. That lets us then bring in Drone to set up Stealth Rock. And then we pivot into Leviathan, and Leviathan, I want you to have the Icy Z. So that'll give a nice clean one-shot on the bird, and it'll lure in her Mandibuzz. Then, against her Mandibuzz, I think we want Personberry on our Mandibuzz. And I have reasons for that. We want Personberry, and we want Protect. So the idea is to make sure that we're scouting what her Mandibuzz is going to do. And Murderer should be able to do that pretty well. I don't want to make it, I don't want to make it Drone's job. Drone might be used to get a little bit of chip damage, especially with their own Brave Bird working against them, but it's not the focus here. And you get a Flying Resist Berry. Just in case. Ooh, you know what? Hang on. Where's Torment? Because Skarmory can learn Torment, can't it? Yes, it can. Okay. We're replacing Toxic with Torment. There is one other thing that I want to do here. It's a little bit of insurance, shall we say. There's Acrobatics. Right. The reason I want that little bit of insurance is that there is a small chance that tricking her the flame orb will convince her to go for a switch. Now I want the option because it's a potentially really good option into some of the backup strats in the lane, but I'd rather test it here than go for the zoom lens Will-O-Wisp, especially since I think at least one of the scenarios where it is a backup, where Will-O-Wisp is a backup, I don't underspeed, which means zoom lens wouldn't even help. Alright. No, I'm just gonna hard switch. I thought about... Oh, it went for Scary Face because I got the Unburden boost. It wanted to take it away from me. Alright, and I wanted Stealth Rock. And I don't think I'm gonna go for Torment, because I feel like that'll trigger a switch. And that's the big thing that I want to avoid. I thought about it for a couple of niche interactions. It was worth considering to like try and get Gyarados in, for example. Oh, right, Torment is a backup strat for Mandibuzz. That's what I was thinking. Then we get a slow roost to heal up. And now we're at full health for everything in the back. So we bring in Leviathan. Yep, welcome to the stream, Alazir. One time we're going to use an Ice-type Z move, assuming we don't flinch. I have a pretty careful strategy for this. The idea is to bait in the Mandibuzz, which means the best option into my current Pokemon has to be whatchamacallit. Best option has to be Brave Bird, which is why I needed to set things up for Leviathan to be the one that comes in. Alright. That means I can switch in Drone. No Minior? No, it exploded. I knew someone was talking. I knew I remembered someone talking about the fact that Minior was really good, but no. I played it really careful too. So I led with Hawlucha, because Hawlucha could take anything except Explosion. I protected turn 1, and as long as it didn't get the 1 in 4 chance to go for explosion turn 1, I was good to encore it into whatever it chose and start chucking Pokeballs and eventually catch it. And so of course, when I protected turn 1, it exploded. In hindsight, I absolutely should have saved it for later, but I'm pretty sure my thought process was that I wanted it for the electric trial if I could get it. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Anyway. We got flattered. It should theoretically be going for... I'm guessing... Okay, it's going for Brave Bird. Murderer can take that. So, we protect. Is it going for Flatter? Yes, it is. Awesome. This is exactly what I needed. Now I U-turn. My Personberry shakes off the Flatter, so I'm guaranteed to get my U-turn off. Yeah, you get a lot of good flying types. Oh, I should put Overcoat back on, probably. Come to think of it, I don't know if Overcoat or Big Pecs is better for the Elite Four. I haven't looked into it. It's probably... I don't think either comes up anymore. And now... Now we make our play. Agility. Would you mind giving us a little bit of flattery? Nope, I can roost through that if that's what you want to do. There you go. Oh, I'm so happy that the strat is working out, because now I get to just utterly stomp Kahili. The thing is, I'm pretty sure my Oricorio was going to underspeed hers, which is why I wanted to make sure I got the speed boost. Otherwise, I would have just slapped a choice specs on Hummer here and just run through. But I probably would have needed to go out of my way for a couple of levels in the Elite Four. And while I'm abusing a couple of mechanics to get levels in this Elite Four, I wanted this to be one of the early matches, because now I can drop agility on Hummer if I need to. Alright. we do Molayne next or Olivia? Olivia is pretty free. But... I think we do Molayne next. Olivia is pretty free. I'm not that worried, but I don't want to accidentally lose something to her randomly that screws me over for Molayne. I really need all of my team for that fight. So... where is Payback? I have it somewhere. Let's put Shadow Ball on Blimp. There you are. Put Payback on Drone. Red Nectar on Oricorio. On Hummer. And we give it the specs. Oh, what else did I need for my Molayne strat? So, I need Taunt somewhere. I think the plan was to put that on Murderer. And I'll be leading Drone. Okay, I should check whether it matters what ability I have now, so... Magnezone technically has Screech, and nothing in this fight sets up anything that would cause chip damage. But Probopass has Sandstorm, which means I want... Overcoat for that fight in case Sandstorm gets set up. And yeah, nothing in that fight is going to lower my defense. Well, Armaldo has Crush Claw, but... Anyway, and then in how... Neither comes into play, so it doesn't matter. So I'll want Overcoat for... I'll want Overcoat for the Olivia fight. Where are my leftovers? Leviathan, you are probably going to get a water Z move. And maybe protect? I'm going the wrong way. Oh wait. No, I want a dark Z move on you. And I think you're also a backup taunter, so... Teach Murderer taunt. Of protect. Teach Leviathan taunt in place of Ice Fang. And we need a citrus berry on Hummer, or on Hawk. Payback and Stealth Rock. Shadow Ball and Trick. Taunt, Crunch, Darkinium Z. Specs Revelation Dance. Taunt, Roost, U-turn, and Leftovers. And Brick Break, Encore, Bulk Up, Fire Punch. Yeah, okay. It's all stuff that I want. We'll break out the Lepa Berries to get everyone's PP back to full. I should use some PP ups on a couple of these moves. Specifically, I want PP up for Roost on Skarmory. And as weird as it is, I probably also want it for Iron Head on Skarmory. Not for this fight, but for Olivia. And then... Encore on Hawk for potential stuff during the How fight. Roost on Murderer. I think that's about it. I don't think I need to worry about doing it for the rest of them. Okay, Molayne. This is you. Now, if everything goes according to plan, then I should be able to sweep with Hawlucha, but if everything doesn't go according to plan, I should still be able to break down Hawlucha with... or break down the Magnezone with Hawlucha, and then clean up with the rest. Yeah, that was always going... we were always going to wind up with one or two things paralyzed in order to make this work. I'm just getting some preemptive chip damage to make sure that even if this thing has a reflect up when I go in and I wind up having to use Brick Break on it, it still goes down. Just gonna get... okay, they should be setting up a reflect. I'll go ahead and roost off my current damage. Now the thing that I need to play carefully around is if encoring this thing makes it swap. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I may have accidentally stalled out the flash cannons a bit. Okay, we get a nice slow U-turn. That lets us bring in Hawk. And now we lock it into Flash Cannon with Encore. And that keeps it from going for T-Wave after the taunt runs out. And thankfully, it will knock us into Citrus Berry range. Unfortunately, we might Might wind up a little bit too low. Yeah, okay, we can't afford to bulk up twice, so we should have prepped... we should have prepped Sword Stance instead. The sad thing is, now we have Sword Stance, but we can't make use of it. Oh well. Stark Rock breaks the Sturdy, and that's all we needed. Now the question becomes, are we ever going to be in range of Metagross's Bullet Punch? Because if it sees the kill with Bullet Punch, then we lose Hawk. It didn't see the kill. Okay. We might have been in range of a crit. Oh my gosh, we just lost Hawk. I really thought that would KO. Crap. You know what, Hawk? That was entirely my fault. I should have had Sword Stance on you, because I'm pretty sure Sword Stance would have gotten the KO. I mean, Specs Revelation Dance clears the rest of the team. It's not the end of the world, but that means we won't have Hawk for anything in the How fight, and I was kind of hoping that Hawk would be our pinch hitter into his whatchamacallit. I was kind of hoping Hawk would be our pinch hitter into Crabominable, because I could carry an Ice Resist Berry to tank a single whatchamacallit, a single Ice Hammer, and then we would have gotten a boosted Acrobatics with Sword Stance up. Would have been a whole thing. Hawk, I'm sorry for how that played out. You did very well. You did your job. It was on me that we lost you. You carried us through this entire run, and this isn't fair to you, so I am sorry. Alright, next is Olivia. Probably the least threatening opponent, but on the downside, we don't have our some fight over here. We don't have our fighting type, which could have done really well at cleaning up her team. Which really sucks. You know what, as much as I'd like to have that for the Probo Pass, I think we're better off with Toxic for the Lycanroc. We need Waturian Z now for the whatchamacallit. The Probo Pass. I don't know why words are just not functioning for me today, but anyway. What else do we want? Taunt isn't really a huge deal. I probably benefit more from Protect there. Get the extra leftovers recovery. You are mostly fine, but we want you to switch types again. Truthfully, I don't know that we'll even wind up using you. But if we do, Specs Revelation Dance is the main thing we'd want you for. Blimp, you have Shadow Ball right now. We're gonna go ahead and give you a Fire Resist Berry. Or a Rock Resist Berry. I think we actually just slap Will-O-Wisp onto you. It's an in emergencies only type of thing, but it has potential value. I don't see you doing any attack in this matchup. Okay, Ironhead, Roost, Toxic, Stealth Rock. Will-O-Wisp, Baton Pass, Pain Split, Trick. The only one of those that matters is Will-O-Wisp and Pain Split. Dragon Dance, Crunch, yeah, that's fine. Cocktail, yeah. Specs Revelation Dance. You, we want Protect on. one more. It's so weird that I'm fighting Olivia last, because despite her being the rock-type trainer, she is the least threatening of the entire Elite Four. No, that's not true. Acerola was the least threatening. She got swept by a single Pokemon. See, this is the one match where I wish I had Swords Dance Skarmory. Okay, we drop a Toxic. Stealth Rock. Got 5 hits. But it would take like multiple crits for her to do even half of the 5 hit. That said, we're definitely going to want to Roost. So if she gets like 4 crits here, I just kind of lose the run. Back-to-back 5 hits, Olivia. Really? Pretty sure in this generation 5 hit is like a 10% chance or something. We need another one, just in case she gets a lot of hits this turn. Okay. That works just fine. And now an Iron Head will make sure that we get the kill. Just give me like 3 hits or something. That's fine. Now, I haven't given a ton of thought to who she's going to switch in. The only thing I have to react to in this matchup is her... whatchamacallit? The only thing I have to react to is her Probo Pass. Everything else, we just kind of survive thanks to Skarmory. Now, if we can manage to dodge 1 or 2 Stone Edges, that would be handy, thankfully. Now, unfortunately, we're probably going to have 2 rounds of this, because I think this is going to put it into healing range, but I don't want to risk things by not roosting. It's very important that we... Oh, she might not heal. No, she does. That's okay. It's just very important that we keep Skarmory high health in case something does more damage than I'm expecting. We're also getting lucky enough not to miss any Toxics, which is helpful because if we miss a Toxic, then we have to deal with whatever happens in the time where we were supposed to be toxic, or they were supposed to be toxic. Might be almost out of stone edges. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that is back in full restore range. I'm roosting either way. Yeah, these guys have so many potions. It's honestly kinda dumb. But that should be her last full restore. I'm pretty sure the champion fight has like 4 of them. We don't want to be using toxic strats in that fight. Yeah, a couple of flinches would save us some trouble here. I am pretty sure, because I think she went for Iron Head last turn, I'm pretty sure she's out of Stone Edge. Yeah. And she's out of full stones. Oh, cool. She brings out everything else before... Probopass. That's handy. Now, what we don't want to do is hit into her... We don't want to hit into counter. Nice. Okay, we took that very comfortably. Oh, that's interesting. She has 2 more Pokemon after this. For some reason I thought she only had the one. What's the other one? Oh, Cradilly. Right. Yeah. Cradilly's gonna be the last one that comes in. Now, we need to get paralyzed here so that we're not coming in on a Thunder Wave, because if we get full parried frequently as Gyarados, we're in trouble. But as it is, we should have no trouble tanking a Power Gem and ripping a Water Z. In hindsight, I should have gotten at least one more Iron Head in there. Alright, and then we go, I think, back to Drone to deal with this thing. Stealth Rock. The trouble with some of the team design choices in this Elite Four is that because of the way Switch Initiative is decided by the AI, they have a bad habit of keeping their support Pokemon until last. Wow, triple para. Watch me just get paralyzed until Drone literally dies. Just shatter actual statistical... That's 4 in a row. Okay, we're starting to get into statistical irregularities. To be honest, I don't know whether I die first if I'm parried forever, or... Okay. Only 4 full paras in a row. Really, Olivia? You're really doing this. You're so pathetic. Want to break out another? see what the plays are for how. Where's Shadow Ball? I think we go ahead and drop trick strats now. Now is the time for fully offensive Drifloon. Because the thing is, we're leading Drifloon into the champion fight. Okay, I am going to stop. I'm going to turn that off for just a moment. I'm not done for the night. That's not what I mean. I just want to double check how I've got EVs set up on some of these guys. Okay, so we yoink. Honestly, we pull 140 out of Blimp. Put 100 of those into special attack, or put 40 of those into special attack and 100 of them into special defense. We pull them out of defense. Skarmory, it looks like we take 9. Yeah, we take 9 from defense, put them into special defense. And I think Gyarados is fine as is. I want to keep some defense EVs on that, so... The thing is, I'm going to do all of this in-game because... if I get it wrong, we wind up in a troubling situation. Also, what is the ability on How's Crabominable? It's Iron Fist. Okay, so it will have a boosted Ice Hammer. If anything gets hit by that, it just kind of dies. The tricky one is Mandibuzz, because Mandibuzz isn't doing much into this fight. If I still had Tailwind, I could take advantage of that, but right now I think it's just a slow, bulky pivot. Also, Gyarados. What can I put on you in case I need something? I guess you could run Stone Edge. If I need a backup option for... I could run Stone Edge in case I need a backup option for Primarina and... Okay, I know what I gotta do. I should be doing this planning in-game. I don't know why I'm saving. I literally just opened the game. Skarmory is fine with the current moveset, I think. I'm tempted... Actually, yeah, I'm gonna break out Fly. Fly has more value into this matchup because it lets me stall a little bit extra. Didn't mean to do that. I could also just throw, like, a normal move on there. In fact, yeah, Return makes a lot of sense here. It won't be as good against Noivern, but it means I can run something other than Rockium Z. Like, say, Citrus Berry, which I think makes sense. Okay, time to do my magic with some vitamins. And some berries. We'll start with the berries. So... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then we put... This should allow me to do 4, yep. Make sure the... Zinc, right? Yeah. Okay, that's Blimp. Skarmory. Before I do it, I'm just going to use a couple of these. So now we use 10 of these. That lets us use 10 of these. Gyarados. I could pull from defense and put it into special defense. I think, was that the plan? And then I leave. Yeah, then I leave Murderer with the full SPDF, or the full defense investment. Gyarados has a chance to need to take on... It's more likely to struggle taking on the special attackers than the physical attackers. You know what? Kinda tempted to... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sounds good to me. Double check the status of everyone on our team. Yeah, we've got Adamant Gyarados, so I'm not that worried about its attack power, even without much investment. It hits like a truck. Weirdly enough, I am vaguely tempted to swap out Crunch on Gyarados for Stone Edge, because there just doesn't seem to be a Crunch target here. If I need a fully accurate move, I've got Return. If I need a stab move, I've got Aqua Tail. Yeah, I think we swap Crunch now. I held on to it very carefully because it had key targets before. But there's nothing that Crunch hits that Return doesn't also hit. We've got our Citrus Berry in case we need it. We've got choice specs on Dancer. U-turn, Roost. There's a part of me that wants to swap U-turn for Protect, but now I'm going to do something that's going to make absolutely no sense. But it's because of a scenario I'm going to be put in that's going to more or less force me to cheat. It's going to be kind of a cheating scenario. And if any of you know what happens after the Elite Four in this game, you might know why I'm doing that. Yeah, I think we run it. Leading the right Pokemon with the right item, right? Yeah. Alright, we survive a hit thanks to our berry, presumably. We don't get parried into full para. Nice, no para, no full para. Which means now we have Unburden, we outspeed. How might even... If we manage to get lucky enough not to get any crits or special defense drops, then Hal might waste all of his full restores. I don't think he will, unfortunately. Yeah, we're not in red, so he's not seeing the prompt to full restore. I'm so tempted to learn Explosion. Just because that would actually be kind of a killer way to round this off. I mean, do I really need Thunderbolt? Like, there's no way this thing lives long enough to use it on Primarina. And if it does, Explosion is probably better into Primarina anyway. Screw it. Let's learn Thunder. Let's learn Explosion. Oh, later, Rafkin. You sure you don't want to stick around? This is the final match. Who comes in after this? Yeah, we want Will-O-Wisp. We want to try and burn this thing. I don't think we live that. Yeah. R.I.P. Blimp. You've opened the path. Truthfully, we don't even want to fly yet, because we don't want this thing getting a full restore. I think we just spam Stealth Rock for a sec. Oh. But we don't want that. Okay, how is gonna full restore? For some reason, he's not using a full restore. I thought he had like 4 of them. If he goes for Ice Hammer, that's good because we just lost our flying typing, which means we take less damage. Okay. And brings in Flareon. I think we pivot through Murderer. Murderer should be okay to take this thing's to take a Flare Blitz from this and do Tornado. And what that does is give us a safe switch into Gyarados. The thing is, this thing is almost bound to go for one of its damage reducing moves, which is why I didn't want to start Dragon Dancing, because it can outcharm our Dragon Dances. I think at this point the smart move is to sack Murderer. So what's he got left? He has Tauros, Noivern, and Primarina. Murderer does pretty poorly into all of those, but it can get us a switch. There's a chance that we dodge Stone Edge as well, which means we could get off like a Toxic. I don't think we have any chances, but maybe if he makes a terrible move choice. Let's see. Oh, he doesn't have Stone Edge. I thought he did. Well, in that case, we're pretty safe to... Okay, that was a waste then. I thought he had Stone Edge. Toxic. Roost. And if we can, actually, if Primarina comes in, we just sack Murderer. We need to safe switch. So I wonder if he'll use a full restore now. Yeah. It's okay though. We can break that thing down again. I think we Toxic, then Fly, then Roost, and the Tauros should die for that. The trick is that we need to keep enough health on Drone to deal with the okay, we're not going to be able to Roost up. And I'm guessing Primarina comes in next, because I think Sparkling Aria is higher base power than, whatchamacallit? Dark Pulse. Alright. Murderer. Your service was good. Someone has to eat this Z move. And I want to keep Gyarados healthy in case I need it to clean up the Noivern. How? You just unleashed Choice Specs or Corio. I recommend regretting your life choices right about now. Of course, if this doesn't kill, it'll probably knock into Torrent range, and then... Oh, you didn't even go for a Water move. Your mistake, Hal, because if you had gone for a Water move, you would have killed me. I could sack. I don't think I have the heart to. It's going for a random move. The only move it shouldn't have any chance to go for is Super Fang. Yeah. Okay, I can take that. I think we just rip a Stone Edge. Of course it got it. We even kept 3 Pokemon alive. That is a win. I wonder, if you lose to How here, does it does he become champion and you have to show up to take the championship from him? Sorry. I managed to freeze it. Sorry, I am trying... Dang it. I'm trying to get a screenshot, so when I upload this to YouTube, I'll have a thumbnail. Unfortunately, it takes a second to register, which means I kind of have to pre-fire the screenshot. trying to get one where Oricorio and Murderer, or Hummer and Murderer are both in the shot. There we go. Drop it in Discord or something. All right. Not an easy Nuzlocke, to be honest. There were several fights where I couldn't quite find a perfectly guaranteed path through. Now the question is, do I manage to survive the Tapu Koko fight after? Because we go all the way through credits and then Tapu Koko, and then we're forced into a fight with Tapu Koko. To be honest, I might not even do the Tapu Koko fight, although that is the reason that it's the reason that I put those that I did what I did with Halucha. I put Poison Jab on it and Wakan Berry so that I could survive an electric type move and set up a Swords Dance, get the Unburden boost, and then just rip a massive Poison Jab into Tapu Koko. I mean, the run is over, and it doesn't allow us to swap out the Pokemon who died in the Elite Four, so it's like, I kinda have to. Although, in my height lock of Sun and Moon, in my Sun height lock, I beat Tapu Koko without I beat Tapu Koko without any of the Pokemon that I lost in the championship fight. Partly because I was leading with a Pokemon that I didn't lose, who happened to be my best defensive Pokemon. I'm pretty sure my Oricorio died in that one. But dang, do I miss hiking shorts. I loved that Nuzlocke, honestly. It was one of the hardest runs I've ever done in Pokemon. The fact that I got up to 31 attempts was a testament to that, but I really did love that one. I don't even know where that thing is. I do respect that they use the credits here to tease the post-game that I've never played, though. Seriously, how is this guy not in jail? He was an active participant in planning the apocalypse in the previous games. He was trying to bring about the end of all life on Earth. kind of funny that they gave her her own shot because they wanted, presumably, to reuse a cutscene from Sun and Moon. I'm not sure where exactly he's going. Again, I know very little about the post-game in this, especially since I've never been sure how difficult it would actually be to take on the Team Rainbow Rocket challenge. The run definitely got hard. The final matches definitely got harder because I lost Hawk, but at the same time, I don't think it was the worst thing. Like, I could... There were only a few Pokemon I absolutely needed to try and beat, Hacker. Other than that, I just needed to not lose too many Pokemon that I was going to sacrifice. Kukui, why do you keep glitching? Oh, they couldn't even come up with a cutscene where you throw your Pokeballs in the air. They didn't actually have to show the full team, but they could have stuck in a cutscene for that. Alright, well. It looks like I'm not going to be forced into a Tapu Koko fight, so I don't think I am. I can throw this into fast forward and see. I don't think we care about the rest of this. I also don't think we have anyone to stream unless Dist is still gone. I only started up a second stream today. Nope. Or anyone to raid, not stream. Oh, it's the Totem Pokémon. And I'm pretty sure the cutscene takes place at night because it's UltraMoon, not because of, like, the time in-game or anything. Oh. Okay, I don't care. just like that, we have cleared UltraMoon using only flying types under hardcore Nuzlocke rules. Okay, come on. How many times does it have to be the end? Alright, folks, that is it. I appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed. Shoutouts to all the Pokemon who helped us along the way. I hope to see you again. Later, folks. Bye.